What is up? Good morning. How you doing? Welcome. Feels like it's been forever. We're loaded in right now to the world. We're gonna continue Dwarf Chateau. Okay, so the last time that we were here, we were doing, let's see, I had to make a bunch of this stuff. I'm okay now. I don't need to make that anymore. I got a little bit of bat poop, not much. Like a little bit less than 200, I think. Place some trees up here. I have a Afghan lamp right there. Afghan lamp. Probably gotta place a tree right here as well. Especially since the trees can no longer grow because I'm building in this area. Oh, cool. I don't need to... That one's already lit up. So take a while. There you go. Don't worry, I have enough cuttings. Hello. Hey, Eppers. Doing pretty good, actually. Okay, let's see if I can place some stuff here. Wait. Doesn't seem to like this one. There you go. I don't want to start placing like the stone boxes and stuff because it'll like ruin the vibe, you know. Cool. Oh yeah, here's my garden tools. Dude, what's up? Okay, so we're gonna do a pretty difficult part of the build today, which will be this back part, and I've been putting it off. For a while because of reasons. I'll probably spruce up this staircase first to start, just to get the build stability and stuff. You know, reset. But after that, we're gonna go on this side, and this side has a rounded back. No idea how I'm gonna handle this. So we'll see what happens. Plus, there's gonna be quite a lot on this back part too. My music's still off. Oh, cool. Okay. I'll boot up some ambient music so we always have some sound in the background. Been meaning to buying a new one too. There's been a couple of them that I've been listening to recently. And since I have the little pass thing, Uh, go. Nice. Forge Talk. Nice. Friday, 9 a.m. Okay. I'll have to listen to that on the way to work, unfortunately. I work at 10. But I do not mind that in the slightest. I will listen to it on the way to work. That's okay. The last couple have been pretty tricky for me, so I don't mind too much. As long as it's posted to the YouTube, if I do miss a significant amount of information, as long as it's posted to the YouTube within, like, the week or something, I'm okay. But usually, you know, Axebeard will be there, and he'll give me some cliff notes. Someone will be there and give me some cliff notes. Man, this is gonna be really difficult. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Should work. Won't be aligned 100%, but I've already kind of accepted that. Been listening to some more Symbology Cinematics music, by the way, so that I can choose some new stuff soon. Just add a couple more. Since I have a membership, it'll only be like $6 for me to acquire new songs, so I just want to make sure that they fit the vibe. You guys excited for potential talks about what the expansion will have? Interesting that that's not stable. But that's strange. You're nervous? What? I mean, to be fair, like, I was kind of surprised that they went ahead and did 2 more DLC packs before that expansion happened. But, like, I don't know. That was just, unexpected, but kind of expected for me. Hey, puppy. I got you something this time. Slow down, okay? Good boy. I got my dog a meat patty from McDonald's. You can order them just by themselves individually, and they're like $1. And so I got it with like no salt. He loves it. Nervous about the talk. I mean, like, yeah. There's a lot to be nervous about, I think. Oh, yeah. I mean, the reception to more DLC content, by the way, has been kind of, like, mixed. Like, some people are definitely like, hey, why are you releasing more paid content for you know, a not free game? It's a not free game, right? Like it's not a live service game, right? It's not free to play with content packs. It's a paid game. Plus, oh hey, Uduks, nice. Or no, Gundabad orcs. I feel like, so I understand your sentiment about it, but and like I'm kind of feel the same way to some degree. It's just at the same time I feel like with how things are with the game, any addition is a good addition at this point. Almost any addition is a good addition, at least. Teasers seem to be equally missing the mark and exciting people. Do you mean in exciting people or and exciting people? Like it's not exciting people? Okay, well this whole setup has to go. It didn't seem... What do you mean, like, divided response? On what in particular? Like, what things in particular is what I mean, sorry. Like, what specifically? No, that doesn't look good. Let's see. Not digging the hole. Circumventing the pillars thing. What? So, sorry, maybe I missed the teasers? I think I'm like 100% sure I missed the teasers, so, like... Is there somewhere where you have... Is there somewhere where there are people, like, who've seen the teasers for the expansion? Is that something I missed? So I might have missed something. I know there's, like, a lot of posts that I end up missing because I'm either streaming or it's like during the work week, so it's like, you know, crazy for me. Can I just destroy this? Nope. Oh. Okay, I get it. I've seen some of that talk on the cosmetics thing on Steam, but Steam community pages are historically toxic, so, like, I kind of tend to disregard, like, Steam comments as a whole, because of, you know, like, the people who are involved on those are usually, like, bots and or trolls. And I'm not dismissing it as a whole and saying there's not, like, people genuinely giving good feedback there, but, like, for example, here, I need to turn off the ambient music so that I can properly gather my thoughts together, because the ambient music is actually doing the opposite of what I want it to do, and not, you know, it's like making me have no thoughts. They posted individual images of the ancient work rug and the Felby skeleton. Those already got mixed responses. Okay. I think, though, like, I don't know, seeing the Reddit post for it, the Reddit post seems overall positive. But, like, again, that's, like, a limited window for me. That's, like, a limited window, right? Like, you can't just, like, base, like, all of the data off, like, one window, right? One window or viewpoint or what have you, right? So, like, for me personally, on Reddit, I saw a positive response for particularly people who got the reference, which was Warhammer Slayer Dwarves, and then just the concept of being able to have trophies, because some people wanted to be able to place the trophies in front of their bases or around their bases or what have you, because that's a feature of survival crafting games that Moria did not have for up until this point, basically. Hold on, I gotta make sure this lines up. And it's gonna be a little off. That's okay. Yeah, it's just a touch. Well, okay, but like, okay, so like that's a double-edged thing there. Like, okay, so you can't expect that the devs just do these things for free. You know what I mean? Like, they have to continue getting funding and a budget for the game, right? And they need to show whoever these people are at the top that, hey, look, like, we're making money on this stuff, right? And there's a delicate balance there. I understand. Like, there's people who are like, oh yeah, you know, like why are we paying for DLCs on top of expansions, right? When the game itself isn't free, but the game itself is like $25, and that might be a steep. What happened here? That might be steep for like some people, right? However, that's pretty like in the market, in my opinion, for survival games. And for example, the only other game that I could think of, Conan Exiles, for example, that is doing, you know, paid game plus paid DLC, is doing rather well. But that's also because I think Conan is just different, you know. It's just like a... Okay, let's make sure that... And the devs initially pitched selling DLCs as a way to fund story. I have no problem with you know, buying cosmetic DLCs if it funds extra stuff, but that's just my opinion, right? The only way that it sucks to say, but I feel like the only way that we'll find out how effective the DLC is or how good the DLC is when it actually releases, right? I do think that, like, if people buy the collector's edition, right, there should be some kind of pack or pass or something that would give people access to, you know, like, future DLC content, right? Because other games do that, like season pass stuff, right? And so, like, the collector's pack, right? If you spend money on the collector's pack, and then you go through the effort of, you know, wanting a complete version of the game, and then, you know, all these DLCs come out, then technically you don't have it, right? So, no problem. Like, I don't know what the issue is with delay. I have it on ultra low, but it seems to be around 5 to 8 seconds still. So that's, yeah, I have no idea. I have my settings set super low for that, or set super high, I guess, is what the correct terminology is. Let's see if I can just, like, force everything to be on this one. Okay, so I think I understand a little bit better where the thing is. It's just like, so when I feel like maybe there's a not a miscommunication, but maybe a misunderstanding in what funding means. So, like, when game developers talk about funding, right, they're talking about the budget that they're given from publishers, right? Their publishing team, whatever that is, right? Or the team that they're contracted to. In this case, it's Middle Earth Enterprises, right? They're given a budget to do certain after essentially what in the software development lifecycle, it's like after production, like after production, what you would call like maintenance, support, whatever, what have you, but it's similar, right? So like maybe when they talked about funding, they meant, well, we need funding to justify putting out another expansion. Not that they would not charge for it, but either way, they should have been more clear about that. That it would be a paid expansion and not, you know, not like, oh, we're using the funds for this to put out a free DLC, and that would be different. Put out a free expansion. I do think that people who have the collector's edition should get some kind of discount, right? They should get some kind of discount or some kind of, like, you know, reduced price. Or, as I said before, they could release like a DLC pack or some sort, right? That covers other future. I don't expect the average players to know that. No, just like I don't even think the average person understands the development cycle of a video game, just on its head. I'm just explaining. I'm not trying to say I agree with it. Okay. No problem. We could talk about it later. But like, yeah, like if the overall message is for them to have released a free content, a free expansion, then I understand where the frustration is. And I understand too, as like from like a consumer point of view, why people would be upset with further DLC skin packs, right? That you don't have access to somehow, and you still have to pay for after paying for the base game. And that's the sentiment that I'm seeing on like Reddit, for example, or Steam community. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. And if they want to, you know, if they want to like pitch, like if they want to talk about that later, right? If they want to talk about that in their Forge talk, it'd be a great opportunity to do so. But I also think that they're just kind of caught up too in the whole like dev side of things, so to speak. Because they're a small team, you know. They're an indie team, quote unquote. But this is ridiculous. Hold on. Good thing that I have this pillar covering that imperfection. I would say, like, you know, express the viewpoints, like our viewpoints in a way that is a little bit, like, because I've seen some stuff like this happen before where devs pitch or devs come out with a paid expansion or something like that, and then the community lashes out, right? And then they release that for free, but then the support for the game, you know, ends there, right? Or they lose support for the game, or lose funding for the game, or whatever it may be, right? So I'm hoping that if they do end up releasing like the DLC expansion for free, after, you know, purchasing so many X amount of DLC content packs, that isn't the result of doing that, you know. Either way, like, we've gotten a lot. With the story expansion and stuff, I wouldn't have expected anything like that. I would have expected them to do, like, story expansion is something that I wouldn't have expected. I would have expected them to add more biomes and stuff with, like, little story tidbits, but story expansion is kind of a lot. I wouldn't have expected them to put out a story expansion, personally. Yeah, that's how I feel about it, but it kind of sounds like the only reason that they're having... It kind of sounds like one of the biggest reasons that they're having issues with messaging is probably because of their, you know, small team, small team just in general. Just having a small team in general. And it's kind of hard to... I don't know. It's hard to tell them to get better about that, because realistically, them having a small team is a result of the current market. Like, and the current market kind of sucks, to be honest. The current market for game development, it does suck a lot. And I'm not saying that just because I know and I've been trying to get into the industry, but like, people in the game industry, at least in the United States, are like getting laid off, even if they do succeed in selling a good game, right? And having small teams like the Moria devs have is almost a symptom of the larger problem, you know, which is that I feel that investors don't understand that game development is a long-term investment and not a short-term one. But yeah, well, that's a whole topic. It is pretty open, but like, I would have expected like the subtle story, you know what I mean, Nippers? Kind of like Valheim, where the story is subtle, where like you like, okay, yeah, there's these new biomes and stuff, and you kind of extrapolate a lot of the story from that, from like lore that you find on the ground, for example, or you know, like in rune stones around the map. Stuff like that is what I would have expected, but either way, I'm pretty happy with what we got already. I'm not even sure if I want to have a doorway back here. I mean, like, it would be cool. It would make sense. But eh. Let's take another look. It could make sense, I guess. It's just like all that scaffolding there, just... It's weird. And also, I think I broke all this stuff anyway. Let's see. We'll have to do some rounding on these sides. Might be a good opportunity for me to try that thing that Alaskan does with the columns. Or I could do something different and do the diagonal thing. Yeah, I hear where you guys are coming from, though. Or I know where you guys are coming from with the content and stuff. It's I understand. I have like different knowledge of the industry, and that might affect the way that I think about certain things. So my bad. It's not to invalidate the way that you guys feel. It's just the way that I would understand something, right? Having education, so to speak, on the subject that not many people have. It's not public knowledge or anything like that, right? Like no one knows, like no layman knows that, hey, like there's a software development life cycle, and basically everything that involves software goes through that process. And like if you told that to some random person, they'd be like, what the hell is that, Huh. Okay, so let's test run a couple of things here. Boon the Chateau should be a paid expansion or a sequel. Yeah, I was kind of leaning towards destroying it too, because like it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, like I could get into this little nook right here, I guess, but and maybe I could have a nook here for something. Who knows? But I don't think having a connection there would be worth it. And in that case, I would get rid of the door. What's up, Kaiba? What do you want? This is a nice little look, though. Alright. Probably should take it down from the top down, huh? Yeah, so funny that you mentioned that, Eppers. Like part of being an IT professional. Why isn't this? No way these things are indestructible, dude. No way these things are indestructible, dude. That's crazy. Hold on. That'd be insane if they actually were. Yeah, exactly. Zeta said it best just now. The corporatization of video game development has been problematic. Profit is the only thing that drives all of the big publicly traded publishers. Yeah. It is rather big, a little nook there for everything. There's a lot of them in the upper city too. Once again, private investors mess up a great industry. Who would have thought? Who would have thunk it? I wouldn't have thunk it. What the heck? Oh, this is a part of a Durin statue. Cool. Anyway, what I was going to say before I got sidetracked is that part of being in the IT industry is knowing how to explain IT concepts to non-IT people. If you can explain IT concepts to people who don't understand at all what you're saying, or who've never touched technology in their lives, you're really, really good then at IT work. Exactly, Eppers. Like every industry they get into. And so I feel like this is a case of the devs missing an opportunity to explain that concept to people, potentially. I hate this. There's so much wood in the water now. Where? What the hell? I got booted so far. Oh, cool. I didn't notice that. That looks like a lamp holder. Yet more things I do not notice in this. Oh gosh. Okay. And it's done. And now I'm back all the way up here somehow. Lol. Imagine killing something with 15,000 damage. If you fall often enough, that happens? Okay. I didn't know that. It just eventually just boots you out of the area because you keep falling too much. Trying to pick up all the wood down there. There really needs to be like a debug menu thing to like destroy objects on the ground. I can't even pick those things up because they're so far underwater. Okay. Well, in that case, I'm gonna get rid of this. That's okay. That's okay. All the statues. You can't really tell what a statue is if it's broken. Don't know how I'm gonna do this, so we'll see how this works. She used the granite ones. I wonder if it works for other ones. Like these. Wow, you can phase that in quite a lot. Hold on. Don't break on me now. Come on. Don't you dare. It's gonna be a pain in the butt if I do it this way. I'm like inching my analog stick down like by millimeters. Okay. Got it. I don't know. It looks weird. Let's see how it looks when I like. Oh, this one's not even the right direction. Ha! I knew it. I knew that was gonna happen. So delicate. I don't know if I like the look of that anyway. Let's see. Maybe I can do something different that's similar. Like... Let's try this. Perhaps not. Perhaps not that freeze, at least. Here's the thing, though. When they do finally add rotations, because I'm going to be complaining about doing this, but when they do finally add more rotations, I'm going to probably be complaining about how, like, how nothing lines up properly, just like in Valheim. And then I could do these. Perhaps. Would that even work? Yeah, it seems like it. It looks curved enough to me. Alright, well, there's only one way for me to find out if I'll actually like this or not, and that's to actually build the rest of it. Boop. My Discord went off. I need another vantage point to look at this from. Lol. Ooh, poke the head out again. I think I just missed that one. It looks curved enough, although it doesn't follow the design of the rest of the thingy. If I were just remove the column right there. No, granite. Gotta commit to the full. Can you select what I'm trying to select, please? There we go. Oh, hey, I can see my reticule now. Cool. Hi, babe. Meow. Meow. It's the universal greeting that me and my friends do. Including my wife. Meow. You should have called that today, too. Well, it's too late now, babe. You're there. It's okay. I have the same thought every time I go into work. Should have called out today. Why am I here? Could be doing other cool stuff. But then I remember I need money for things. That's what keeps me going. Your phone's not working. Why is your phone not working? Brr. I am working on this curved part. I'm trying to make a curved part that goes back this way. Although I would say it's going about as well as I expected it to, so it's not going well, in my opinion. I mean, it looks good. It looks decent. It's a design I'd done before. It's just, if I'm making a really big structure, this would need to go rather high. And so I'm trying to figure out, because I want to make it uniform with the rest of the design of the structure, for this back part, like, how can I adapt my little design, because it, you know, unfortunately, I designed this with, hold on, let me stand up really quick, because I'm gonna turn on the AC. I designed this with hoping that more pieces would have eventually came to the game, and more rotation points as well, although neither happened, but that's okay. I can still build this within the current restrictions of the game, the current limitations, I suppose. It's just not ideal. How about I just go down, like, carry only, like, 2... And this is to complete the outer shell of the structure, so the outer skeleton. Can't really build any archways this direction because of the, well, constraints, I guess. just start one wall at a time, and we'll see where it goes from there. One wall at a time. Nice. And then I need to go from there.
There's something over there.
Something tells me this isn't gonna line up the way that I think it is. Okay, this gets a pretty good amount of room for the back part of this, at least. Taking a complete guess there. Nice. I think that actually lines up perfect for once. No misalignments this time. Put an asterisk there until I discover it later on. Got it. Nice. Poor pot. Sorry. I was hoping to include you in the final, but oh well. Should be no. It's not gonna be symmetrical, so why build it that way? It do be that way sometimes. Need to be able to walk around this part anyway. Should be able to line this concept of it up, though, pretty well. Cool. Not going to be centered at all, but that's okay. This whole structure is not symmetrical anyway, so who cares? Okay. Yeah, not bad. Boop. Boop, 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 boop. Again. Yet again. My stream stuff goes off constantly while I'm on stream. But man, my Discord stuff goes constantly. Oh, it's just all of the dev updates and stuff. So many notifications. Okay. Debating on whether or not I should just cover this up. I mean, it's got to be covered up anyway, either way, but still. Let's give this some love. I have not given it some love at all. Didn't I just have it just there? There we go. Right there too. Hello? Why not? Is it because of the wood stuff? Is it too much? Yeah, it was the wood stuff. I need to sleep, by the way, at some point or another, because these trees are waiting to grow, and I'm just over here building. Trees are like, have we grown yet? This guy's been doing this for a while. Rail in there. It's a little high. By the way, Axebeard, you are free to invite people to my Discord server. I saw you mention that I have a Warhammer channel in my Discord. So yeah, you guys are free to invite people. I just took it off my Twitch and my YouTube because we kept getting a lot of bots. Don't know why. So many bots trying to sell things. A lot of bots trying to sell things. Is this out of the hearth range? It is. Cool. It is, without me saying anything, it is very imminent. I'm still gambling on within the first week of June, so keep that in mind. I am gambling on first week of June, and I already gambled knowing. I already gambled not knowing what the date would be, just so you guys know. It's the second time that I gambled on a well, quote unquote gambled on a release date. Oh yeah. It's okay. You're free to invite. It's just not on my profiles anymore because of the whole those artist scammers coming in trying to sell like emojis and stuff or stream overlays or whatever it is. Want to try and facilitate as many real people as possible. Solicitation in my Discord is okay if you're a real person that discussed it with me beforehand. And I know what you're selling, and I know that it's not a scam. But if you're just some rando that is selling quote-unquote stream overlays to make your stream better, yes, it is the first week of June. I know. It will be soon. I have 3 more days. 3 more days to win that gamble, I think. It could be as early as tomorrow that I win, though. Could be as early as 2 days from now. 3 days. All the way up until 3 days. It's okay. Okay, so I think I should do like some kind of window pattern right here or something. Something like that. I knew this was going to be a task, by the way, this whole back part of this. It's going to test my patience. So we need to go up and above this elf statue. And then There needs to be room for me in the middle to have, like, an archway. How about a short stair? And that gives me... a short stair and this stair, and that gives me this small square space right here. Yeah, that'll work. What about second first week of June? Yeah. Second first week of June. Can't forget about second first week of June. Did I just run out of... I just saw that adamant. God dang it. I have to go back now. No adamant. That reminds me. Happy Pride Month, everyone. And to my mamas. Ooh. And now the game must load all of my stuff again. Sorry, game. Am I sorry? Not really, but... Is it loaded? Cool. Yay. I'm home, where nothing spawns. I think... Well, hold on here. The devs only do a Forge talk following a release. So, I'm going to bet that the release is this week. For Orc Hunter. Because of that trend. They only do a Forge talk after they release an update or a DLC. So... if it's this Friday, that means that the DLC could release as early as this Thursday, which would track because the last two DLC releases were on a Thursday morning at 10 a.m. And I remember because I woke up early enough at 10 a.m. on a Wednesday morning or Thursday morning to download the game update a couple of times. $100 gold. No, I'm only betting gold. I'll bet you 100 gold. Because I know that one Dwarven Fork isn't actually one Dwarven Fork. 100 gold actually isn't a lot for me, actually. windows. Wait. I can't have a window here. There's a stair there. I can have windows here, though. How about... Yeah, that one could be higher because it's a higher window. Oh, I have something. I have a pretty unique opportunity here. Hold on. Sir, please. What is going on here? Okay. And it needs to be 1 block higher. That is not aligned at all. What is going on? Let's see. That is. Okay. I think I can do this now. I'll give Mariak the fork if you're right. Okay, that's a better deal for me. And then in lieu of that, I'll give you 999 gold. Sorry guys, I went to go warm up my my sandwich that was sitting in front of me the entire time. I've yet to actually touch. Happens to be a lot. Like, I'm gonna eat right now. Should be a good time to eat while I stream, you know. Nope. Doesn't happen that way. Hey, Sleepy. Alright, I'm gonna go pick up my sandwich really quick. Yeah, sandwich. I wonder if you guys can hear when Kaiba howls and stuff sometimes. Did I take my medication? No. Actually, I should do that too. Hold on, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Hold on. Could you imagine if my wife wasn't here, guys? I would just be like normal, unmedicated me. Well, quote unquote normal. It's actually not normal. What the heck? Why is it this way? I don't understand. Hold on, I see what the problem is. Just straight up not aligned in the first place. At least on that corner. Nope, it's still off. Why? Why? I don't understand. Let's try this again. Nope. You're interfering with my visions. Please. Why like this? Why? That's... Actually, that's okay. Wait a minute. There you go. The stagger is an important part of this. That is fine. This is not fine. This will look weird if I don't come up with something different. Why is it the stairs? I don't want to get rid of the tall stairs. Okay. So I'm gonna have to figure out something different for this. Archery base, archery base, archery base. Cool. Let's try. Go do this. It might actually work. Nope, but it doesn't like this piece for some reason. Okay. Now we can replace the tall stairs. Ideally. Hopefully. Please. And I think that's correct. Yeah, that's fine. That works. Okay, let's try this. Same height? Yeah. Same thing here. Hopefully it lets me do it on this side. There's a lot of pieces right here. Think be okay to do this. What? What? Oh, okay. Hold on. I see what the... It's just gonna be like that until I do something about it. Let's do... Hold on. Let's just make sure that I have this lined up with this correctly. There. Now... Negatory. That is slightly off. There you go. Yet again, Discord is going off like crazy. What the heck? Please. Discord notifications are the reason I enable. So okay, like usually I have it enabled, but like there are times when I've missed pings for like for example, like the Discord or something, right? Someone will pick sorry, the not the Discord, the subreddit. Someone will ping me over something that's happening in the subreddit. Like, hey, can you look at this really quick at the subreddit or whatever? Someone's doing this or something, right? And so I'll be like, all right, I'll look at it. I'll take a look. Or like, hey, can you update this, right? So that's the reason why I have it disabled. Is for reasons of the subreddit. But yeah. I am I am, I don't know, it's just, it's like like I said before, it's like when I'm active and I'm actively online, you know, like Discord or whatever, there's like no one on, right? There's like no one on to talk with or nothing, like everyone's busy or something. The second that I start streaming is a different story. It's like, oh, like, hey, I need this, I need that, or hey, look at this. Like, and I'm like, dude. Hey, by the way, I'm doing this, can you do this? And I'll be like, dude. Okay. We shall replace the stairs yet again. Because I have the stairs blocking quite a lot of my decorations on this side for some reason. This is looking nice though, I like this. Yeah, looks cool. Alright, and then I'll do something on the other side too that'll make it look cooler. Oops. Went too far. Okie dokie. And wonder if the deco barriers make more sense now. Kinda. Somewhat. Somewhat. But not really. Kind of. Yeah, it's alright, you know. It works. And that's what matters. Put your phone on vibrate. Okay. The problem with that is I set my phone on my desk, and because my mic is too good, you guys end up hearing my phone vibrate, like, constantly. And it's funny because, like, I don't even hear my phone vibrate that often either. Okay, so now we do the other side. And for this... I'm gonna be lazy with this one, because, I mean, it's gonna be covered by greenery anyway, so... Let's do... Molded wall. how you know you have headphones that are too good at noise canceling is that when you can't hear anything, but you're like everyone that you stream to can. Remember my one of my buddies, Luke, was on, and he's like, "Dude, your microwave's been beeping for a minute." And I'm like, "Oh yeah, I forgot. I was heating up whatever it was. I don't know, like it was like a popcorn or something at the time." A good mic is a blessing and a curse. Just so you guys know. Blessing and a curse. Okie dokie. So now I can do this whole thing. Ideally. There. Okie dokie. Same thing with this side too. I'll have to come up with some creative solution. But I'm thinking the wood ones on this side, and as opposed to like not. So like these. No, doesn't work on this side because there's nothing covering it. See, thanks, Zephyrus. That's why I try to have my phone in my lap. Excuse me. I try to have my phone in my lap so that it doesn't like constantly go off. And like at least you guys can't hear it, you know? But even then, you're still bound to hear it at some point or another. Okie dokie. So this thingy needs to be like right here. Not close enough. Phone is in an elevated mount, not touching my desk. I also have a mount too, but I don't use it. Maybe I should start using it. I always forget that I have things. a side view of this. It needs to be like kind of like that, yeah, but not. Cool, I think I got it. It's probably because it's a sound that he could easily distinguish among other sounds. I don't even know what my ringtone is. My phone's been on vibrate since the moment I got it. Couldn't tell you what my ringtone is. Oops. How are you still floating, though? I'm kind of excited to see what they have, though, for the like DLC for the game. You know, like we're getting like hunter lodges stuff, right? So I'm kind of excited to see that. Not a common ringtone, so I don't try to answer my phone when someone else is ringing. Ah. I too used to watch the Sci-Fi Channel, although I don't remember a lot of shows from that. I don't remember anything, actually. Memory's terrible in that respect. Boop. I don't understand why my dwarf just like does a full 180. Is it because I'm looking the other way? Let's do some regular totems as well. Oh shit. Nope. Good night, Eppers. Thank you for stopping by and saying hi. About there's where I want it. Maybe that isn't where I want it. I need to be able to see the crown. Yo, revolt. I mean, like, to be fair, that's like, I don't know, that's like a fair assumption though of like a DLC like that. How are you gonna get? I mean, how are you gonna get wolf pelts but not bear pelts? You know what I mean? Like, or even deer pelts. I would say it's almost expected. That would be unfortunate. I don't know, man. That seems kind of. There's probably a lot more behind the scenes that we're not seeing here, but to me, like if you're, even if it's just on the basis, even if it was on the basis of like, I don't know, like, oh, they don't have enough funding or something like that. I don't know, or like they don't have enough time, or it can't be released on the schedule that they're on. Like, I don't know. At least let people crowdfund that, I guess, would be my answer. And even then, I would say, like, why are we having to crowdfund that? We shouldn't have to crowdfund it, but in that case, if they're not gonna put those things in the game, have them dedicate their resources to making a APK and mods with mod support, and then used to watch sci-fi be totally rebranded to sci-fi. Okay, interesting. I didn't know that. I remember there being science fiction stuff on there. I remember being able to watch like Star Trek sometimes on there. Why wouldn't we be able to have bear-themed trophies though? Who cares if we upset the beardlings? I don't think that just because the fourth age has come about doesn't mean that, you know, the dwarves wouldn't like automatically be friends with everyone, you know what I mean? Like, Oh, by the way, something I found out recently. I know this is not related to the conversation at all at the moment. They again reduced the requirements for becoming Twitch affiliate. So now instead of the 50 followers that you need when I went around, now you need 25 followers, and they reduced a bunch of the other ones too. So now it's even easier to become Twitch affiliate, and I know that's not appealing to a lot of people, but the whole ads thing kind of sucks sometimes. Supposedly they announced it at TwitchCon that they were reducing the requirements yet again, which is fine. The beardlings already don't care for this. Why should we worry about them? Yeah, like, I don't know, like, just because one beardling happened to help Thorin Oakenshield doesn't mean that, you know, we owe, I don't know. I mean, yes, and then he still, like, kind of begrudgingly helped them, you know what I mean? Like, he's still kind of, like, he was still very much, I'm not sure if I'm liking this so far. It's really difficult to get these lined up. Let's see. I'll put some stuff away. Excuse me. Alright, I'm gonna sleep so that some of these trees and stuff that I planted earlier can actually grow.
Oh, water cold we may pour at need down a thirsty throat and be glad indeed. But better is beer if drink we lack, and water hot poured down the back. Oh, water is fair that leaps on high in a fountain white beneath the sky. But never did fountain sound so sweet as water hot splash with my feet.
Exactly, so otherwise he would have killed them, right? So I'm not sure you should be grateful for, if you should be grateful for that. I mean, maybe in the moment, yeah. Hey, Orc Hunter. Orc Hunter buff for pre-Orc Hunter DLC day. I'm gonna hope and pray that every time that I get that I drink now, I get the Orc Hunter buff, just because with the DLC. Okay, so now what do I do if... Yeah, Thorin can be thankful. I don't think... Yeah, exactly. All dwarves, I don't think so. It's asking too much. Though that would play into, like, the grudges of the dwarves type thing. Like the retribution, vengeance, those type of themes that are pretty common among dwarfs in multiple universes. Why? don't understand. What is going on? Torch. I am now noticing that this granite column is slightly crooked, and it is bothering me. This one in particular. And that one. What the hell? What happened here? Maybe it's this that's crooked. Yeah, I think that was what was crooked. Same thing with this. We can be friendly, help the beardlings with our adopting our ways. First it's be kind to bears, and then it's all dwarves have to eat. I don't think dwarves are ready to give up a vegetarian diet. As far as Lord of the Rings goes, I don't think there's much you can do without angering some kind of higher being or spirit or race of people. Whenever you're just trying to do stuff to survive, you know. You're gonna upset someone at some point, and you're just gonna have to deal with it, you know, like. I don't think the dwarves should give up their hunting ways, their need to hunt, because it might upset the beardlings that once in a while they might you know hit a bear or two. I mean, you can't expect. Plus, you can't expect dwarves to just like not. Like, if you need to survive in Moria, it's either you or the bear. You know what I mean? Like, can't just not eat the bear because you'll hurt their feelings, but you need to live also. Okay, now let's try something different here. Thinking... Why, like... Whoa. It's probably because of all the pieces that are lodged in here. That's fine. That is clear on the other side. Thinking I might have to remove some of these pieces. Might be the archway pieces. I'm leaning towards it being the archway pieces, cause yeah. Let's see. Huh. Interesting. It's not the archway piece. Is it this? Nope. What is it? Let's try that one. Yep, it was an archway piece. It just wasn't the one that I was targeting. Alright, let's place the pieces before I close that up again. I kinda knew that this was just slightly off. It's gonna be like that. Oh well. Fuck it, we ball. Yeah, I like that better. Let's see if I can make it fancy. Yeah, that looks good. I like this. For some reason... No, I'm not gonna try and take out the lattice. Hold on. There you go. It's this ornate crown thingy. There you go. Now I gotta put the gold back in there. Somehow. I doubt it'll let me place it. I would be surprised if it did. Because usually, the game does not like you sandwiching pizzas together like that. But this time, it let me. Nice. Okay, yeah, that's a lot better. And then I can still do the little grass adornments on the outside. But, you know, not in such high number. There's plenty of grass and stuff already anyway. Hey, look, the trees grew. Let's go. Nice. It will cover some of the build, but that's okay. Like, there's some of the trees around here that can't grow anymore because of the whole build just being straight dead center. Looking good. Alright, so the appendices, Zeta mentioned it before, I think, that they used for justification of the Orc Hunter pack. Is there any more, I guess I should say, is there any more, like, information other than that one appendices section? What's it called? The started with a U. I'm just wondering if there's any more precedent for orc hunting stuff in the lore outside of that one mention in the appendices. And I mean, it wouldn't matter to me, but if that's the only one, but just curious. I've been reading through some of the stuff that I have, and I think my wife actually has the Silmarillion, so we're trying to read through that as well. Silmarillion. Interesting. That's cool. Something like that is really cool. Imagine that gets implemented into Moria, and I could just sell people Firemane Keep for... or you could sell people your Blue Mountain Hunter's Lodge. That'd be cool. Imagine being able to just spam builds like that. That'd be crazy. You'd break the game in no time. I looked at some of the gameplay for that, by the way. It doesn't seem like there's a lot. Doesn't seem like there's a lot yet. Like, to...
Yeah, boy!
But to be fair, I was only watching, like, early gameplay and, like, their beta, right? So, like, obviously I didn't see everything that the game has to offer. But they are the same people that made Conan Exiles, and Conan Exiles I thoroughly enjoyed. I just wanted to, you know, see if there's more stuff at the end, or towards the end, because, like, someone made a really impressive, cool-looking base, but it had, like, nothing in it, you know? And, I don't typically mind that, but it's just, you know, what's the point of having a really cool base if, like, you just have, like, one workbench or something and one place to sleep or something? I don't know, it's cool, but I like to fill my bases with things. And the devs for Conan Exiles are really good devs. They do add, like, the pieces and stuff that people request, and so, like, I have no doubt that they'll fix their stuff, you know what I mean? Like, add more things as time goes on type situation, but they also do the approach of releasing paid DLC packs, just like the Moria devs are doing right now. They also do that, except it's... some of it is okay. Like, some of it is, like... I would say that some of it isn't pay to win, and some of it is. It's hard to explain. Do this again. Hold on. Like that, and these there. Now I could put that archway back. Or actually, let's do this first, so that way I'm not fighting the game again. put that back. Whoa, lots of laggy. We. Come on. There. Alright. And I fell. It's so laggy. I'm gonna break the game building this, watch. This will be the point that the game is just unplayable for me. It wasn't when I built the entire upper city. It wasn't when I nearly broke the game the first time around in 1.1 building between 2 tiles. No, it was when I built some random building in the Dwarf Chateau straight in the middle. In the Evelyn quarter. Yeah, boy. That song stuck in my head. I love that song, though. It does suck, though, I will say. It does suck that, like, console players can't enjoy this game to the fullest extent that PC players can. And, like... it really sucks to hear about people, like, crashing and stuff all the time. This game. When they hit, like, the bigger rooms, like in Delph, and they start building big, and, you know, they start, like, actually playing to the game's central theme, which is to, you know, rebuild Moria, right? And it sucks to hear that, like, for me, it sucks to hear about when people are like, oh man, like, I really want to rebuild Moria, but now my game won't load anymore, right? It crashes every single time. And it sucks, man. Like it sucks that, hardware limits the fun for gamers. Like, and it's not necessarily the fault of... I mean, it's not necessarily the fault of, like... It's kind of a multi-problem in my opinion, but, like, it's not, like, 100% the dev's fault, but also they do optimize the game, but also, you know, like, making games run on limited hardware power is very challenging. And so to that I say, you know, I won't blame them too much, but also, you know, it's also the fact that, like, console players can't really just, like, upgrade their hardware like any normal PC person would do. Like, oh no, I can't run this game, so maybe if I upgrade my graphics card, you know, I'll be okay. But they can't, you know, console players can't do that, at least not in a way that's not supported. And not in a way that's supported by Microsoft or Sony. And that sucks. I'm hoping that console players get to a point where, you know, they can upgrade their parts and stuff for cheap. And I think the cloud gaming thing, like, I think the expansion of that might actually help some of those problems, right? Like, the better that cloud gaming gets, the better overall that, like, more, like, the accessibility to games that demand hardware will get, you know, demand good hardware will get. And the only thing, I kind of feel like the only thing in the future that might prevent you from playing hardware with the expansion of cloud gaming is the reliability of your internet connection. And even then, I would say that there's still more to it than that. But it is cool to think about how far gaming has come to the point where, like, oh yeah, like now we can game on the go, right? Now we can, you know, now we can have people just play. Did I tell you can wiggle those single crown pieces into granite in order to get rid of the stone pattern on it? New, but that's okay. I don't mind the stone pattern, especially since it's not going to be seen much. Like that one. That's what you're talking about, right? That little weird pattern, right? I know you can do this, but it's too late. Not too late, but yeah. It's not too late. It's not too late. It's never too late. Even if I say it'll be alright, still I hear you say you want to end your life. And every day we try to just stay alive. I feel like it might make consoles more expensive, but the investment might be more worth it at that point too. You know what I mean? Like if they released guides on how to change out a graphics card in a, you know, in a PlayStation, for example. Let's just use that as an example, right? Like that would be way more accessible to people than you know, like buying a new $500 console every 4 to 10 years, right? And then that way people don't have to buy a new console, right? They could just upgrade their parts. And the parts could theoretically be cheaper than just upgrading to a whole new console. However, I do think that Sony and Microsoft both would capitalize on such a thing, and therefore make it not as affordable. So it's kind of a double-edged sword there. No, you're good. So, like, yes and no. I'm leaning towards the overall it might be better for all gamers thing, especially with the expansion of cloud gaming. I feel like cloud gaming will make the hardware that you play on irrelevant eventually. And it's cool that that's expanding the way it is. But also, I still think that we should still give the option, right? We should still give the option for people who want to have consoles to be able to upgrade them and the parts within them. And not everyone's going to be so technologically literate that they know how to do that, right? But it would still be the better option. Like, and they could totally capitalize on that, right? They could totally make money doing that, right? Because technically, not very widely known, but actually, whenever companies sell a gaming console as opposed to like a, you know, they actually sell it at a loss, right? The company, they actually sell it at a loss. That's not very widely known, but usually the hardware that's in a console is worth far more than they are selling it for, right? And so therefore, like, every company, including Microsoft, including Sony, is actually selling that stuff, like, at a financial cost to their company. And it's strange to think about because in order for them to make a profit off of that stuff, they would need to sell quite a lot. And the last, I would say two iterations of Microsoft has not been doing too good in that respect. Sony has been doing pretty good in both respects, but it still comes at a loss to their company. Trying to think. Like both times now, between the Xbox One and also the Series X and S, Sony's outperformed Microsoft by quite a lot, and that's why Microsoft has been pivoting to like gaming as a service, right? So software as a service. We call it SaaS in the tech lingo. SaaS, software as a service. So they're making gaming software as a service as opposed to focusing so much on selling the hardware, and that's why there's been like huge expansions in like cloud gaming and Xbox Game Pass and blah blah blah. And even with Xbox Game Pass, actually, like you think that Xbox Game Pass is performing pretty well, especially with the large selection of games that is on. God dang it! Whoops. Especially with the large selection of games that is actually on Game Pass versus PSN, and that's not the case. Like, PSN still somehow has way more subscribers than Game Pass, and I think that's because Sony just has like more users in general. So like when they launched their own service that was technically like bundled with their existing online services, right? They instantly had more, right? Even though Game Pass is, in my opinion, Game Pass is objectively the better service. It can't be objective. Subjectively, for me, Game Pass is the better service because of like what you get for the cost. But yeah, so that's the in my opinion, that's like the whole reason for like a huge shift in the market for like you pay a monthly cost. It doesn't matter what you have, whether it is a smart TV or a gaming console or phone, right? You can still game from anywhere, and I think that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to focus on is the whole like, okay, so it doesn't matter what you have, as long as you pay for our service, you'll be able to play games, right? So you're good. We're talking about how Axbeard, we're talking about how this started because I was saying how I was upset that certain console players wouldn't be able to experience the full potential of the game, right? Because of their hardware limitations, and it sucks to hear about people crashing in really big areas of the game where the game finally starts to shine, right? And they try to do these rebuilding efforts and stuff, and then they end up crashing. And my proposal was to, like, I'm hoping that in the future that, you know, Microsoft and Sony will just allow these people to just, you know, upgrade their stuff for, you know, upgrade their parts in their console as opposed to like, you know, buying a new console, because they, you know, the console industry as a whole, they sell at a loss, right? Including Sony. And then I got into like the whole like actually Microsoft has been pivoting to like software as a service because they haven't been selling consoles that well, right, compared to Sony. And that's why you see like the expansion of gaming as a service, right? Like Game Pass and stuff. And so, eventually, at some point or another, it might not matter what game, what console you have or whatever, as long as you pay, it'll help. But it'll still be good, I think, in the long term. And Sony and Xbox can still certainly capitalize on it if they allow people to change out the parts in their consoles, you know, for money. I doubt that they would actually do that, right? I doubt that they would actually, like, I doubt that'll actually happen, is what I'm trying to say. It's just, it would be nice, you know, if console players weren't so limited, and part of it is on the developers' part, but most of it is on the lack of hardware available to console players to be able to do something like that. Come on, man. Give me my torch back. Here's the thing, though. So we have a Dune game, Axebeard. Are we going to be able to mesh our form with a worm so that we can be strong? That's the real question. That's the real question here. Will we be able to be part worm and part human, just like Paul Atreides' son? We could be Worm Man. Yeah, I am suggesting that they make consoles upgradable like PCs. That would be ideal. Like, at least parts of it, right? To a certain extent. Come on. There we go. But the game is in my Steam card. We need to be able to be worm men, or else it's not a Dune game. I mean, in Conan Exiles, you could summon the big, like, the big creatures and monsters, the gods or whatever that you worship, right? So, who knows? Maybe we might be able to, like, summon worms and stuff. So Jubo, definitely watch gameplay videos. I will say that the game is partially, the game is the same developers that the game is the same developers as Conan Exiles, so they're definitely good developers in the long term for survival games. However, I don't know. You'll have to make that distinction for yourself on whether or not it's worth it, because like it took a long time for Conan Exiles, for example, to like get up there as like a really good game, really good game. It is a survival crafting game, though. The games that the developers of Conan Exiles make are usually very heavily NPC involved. If you really like RTM, or if you really like NPC management, Xbeard, I think you would really like Conan Exiles as well. It is kind of difficult to get into at first. It is kind of difficult to learn even at first, but I think you would like that game a lot. There's a lot of content out for that game now too. And the way it works is kind of like the Dune, kind of like the movies, where like the way that you have NPCs is to basically make people slaves, right? So you have to break their will. You have to like basically torture them, like by putting them on wheels and stuff, but then they become your followers, and those followers have like attributes, right? Like they have I'm not really selling the game well right now, am I? But like, still, hold on, just bear with me. So like, you break their will, right? And each of them has like special abilities. They have levels. They're good at specific things. There's certain areas of the game where you can go and find, like certain NPCs, right? And then eventually, it's just like RTM in the respect that like, okay, there's a point where you get like star metal and like you start becoming ridiculously overpowered and that type of thing. So it's it's I will say that Conan is much better, as is everything, just about everything with friends. Conan is better with friends. It's tough to get into at first, but once you get down the road into it, like I think the game starts to like shine a bit better. It's definitely a game that is not very hand-holdy with you. It will throw you into situations. It will, it will do stuff to you, right? It will just throw you in and against enemies that you could barely fight, and that does kind of suck, but at the same time, it's the way I like to play games, usually. Okay, so we're doing okay right here. Almost done with this side. Ouch! Alright, guys. I really want to participate in this more, but I need to go to the bathroom. I shall be right back. Give me like 5 minutes. Hey. Take. Should we all group poop? I love how you guessed it perfectly. Yes, I was pooping. All right. Group poop. Group poop. That's how you know you're real friends. When you group poop. You're not really... Are you really homies if you don't hold hands while pooping? Yep. It's that coffee poop, you know. The worst kind of poop, coffee poop. Poop you get right after you drink some coffee. That doesn't look good now. I'm just gonna put it back down. Oh, no. I'm fine with the McDonald's. It's coffee. Coffee more often than not for me. I'll be fine all morning, and then the second that I have a cup of coffee, it's over. It's Jover. That is fine. Alright, so now I need to do some kind of light fixture here. Cool. Wait, that looks weird. Crown post. You guys don't even want to see what caffeine in general does to me. That allergy is no fun. Oh man, you have allergies to caffeine? How do you live life without caffeine, first of all? And second of all, I am so sorry. Lamau group poop. Okay, I was lurking, but now I must chime in. Special K comes out of the woodworks the second that poop is mentioned. You eat a lot of sugar. Okay, so you just get your rush from sugar instead of caffeine. I find that sugar rushes make me crash harder than the caffeine crashes. But that's just me. She won't be skipping the group poop for long if she's currently sipping on coffee, just so you know. Front and backs? Oh my gosh. I'm scared. I'm scared. Genuinely. please just go inside the wall. Thank you. Jesus. Jeez. There we go. Nice bright light. Or actually, why am I doing that? I can just set it straight in the middle. Yeet. Yay. Lost 80 pounds in 3 months and gained it back. Oh. See, like, I'm perpetually stuck at the 210 pound to 220 pound range. Nothing that I do ever gets me past that. Like, my weight will dramatically change. Like, one day I'll be like 210, and I'll be like, cool. And then, like, literally, like, the week after that, I'll weigh myself, and I'm like, oh, 222, huh. And I've never been able to break that. Like, the first time that I started working out and losing weight, I got all the way down from 213 pounds to 185. And then, god dang it, they broke my freaking barrier, my braziers again. Jerks. Stop breaking my braziers. Anyway, and that was like the lowest I ever got. And then once I started bulking up, I went straight back up. I went straight back up to 210 eventually. Except now I don't look 210 pounds. I just I don't look like I weigh that much, but you know, the people that work out can tell. My arch entrance. Which one? This one? This one? Or the other one? The one at the front. Oh, the steers. This one? This one is a adamant thin wall, and then I free placed the large column shafts going all the way up. They are not snapped to anything, at least not anything traditionally. And then adorn it with the, so on the sides of the, you just go one block in on either side with the adamant, and then archway bases all the way up. There's wolves somewhere. They're there. Oh. This. This one. So quite a lot's going on here. So adamant wall, and then you got the two bigger archways on the side. This is out one adamant block to house the Durin. Then there's archways right there. The fixture is narrow small beams out one block from that, and then I put the stairway. And this is just sloped wall into it so that it's not all like flat. Vine clad posts. You need at least 2 columns for this, just because it doesn't line up correctly. And then on top of that, you have wood cross beams. And then the lamp on top of that right here comes back in. And same thing on this side, except there's not as much stuff here currently, but same principle. One block, so build the flat wall, adorn it. One block out with the adamant, archway, Durin. There's a brazier in the middle between those two. Out one scaffolding beam, lay over the top of it with lattice, lamp. And yeah. And then there's this one too. This one's my favorite one so far. I like this one a lot. Yeah, it's cool. Okay, the outer wall is done now for that side. Lol. You are free to take pictures. Totally okay. I will also tell you how I built it. I have no problems telling people how I built things. I do not gatekeep. I want people to build cool stuff too. I have a feeling. Yep. It's gonna look weird. Alright. Yeah, there's gonna be like another set of archways to the actual granite ceiling ones that come over here that'll meet about that height to this centerpiece. But I need to set up everything else first before I do that. So that means this whole back section and then the staircase. Oh, adamant block. Why do you not snap good? Hey, I mean, it worked out. I mean, you can kind of tell that it's not, but... Cool. That's basically where I wanted it to land up, though. And then there needs to be... So, shoot. Do I do the staircase this direction and then have a floor up here behind the statue? Or do I just keep going straight up? See how it looks. If I do both ways, I'd need to do another tall. That works. It's just barely... I need more headroom, though. There needs to be more headroom. Like that. It's obviously not going to look like that, but, you know. Just seeing. Super tall. And now I dance on Elf Lady Head. Ow. Oh, I gotta seal this up. I've been listening to the... Was it that one band, or one orchestral band, Clamavi de Profundis or whatever, and all I've been listening to like all week is the Misty Mountains version, or the Misty Mountains song, the full version that they did. The one that's like 20 minutes long. I am not ashamed. I listen to it every morning when I'm in the shower. It's a good timer too. So I know if I'm in the shower, now I know if I'm in the shower for the full length of the song, I've been in the shower for at least 20 minutes. Kaiba. New. That looks weird. Especially since it's not 100% aligned with anything. I could do this, but it would cut into this one. But it would be better? Question mark. Let's see. It would make this staircase much more narrow, but it would make this more symmetrical. And then I could just put granite on that. They heard him barking. Yeah, he's barking at something that's at the door right now. Never know what it is. It's usually it's just like the neighbor like coming back or something like that. They close their door and then he hears that. Or I've had it happen to where sometimes he barks a lot when the Ring doorbell goes off, you know, that specific sound. And he's so familiar with that sound at this point that even if he hears it in like a video or something, like sometimes we'll have like a TikTok or something up and someone will post the Ring cam of them like ringing a doorbell, he'll bark at that too. We've been trying to, like, me and my wife have been trying to desensitize him to that sound, by the way. A lot harder than it seems. There's a text sound that drives them bananas. I think it gets time for a play date. Aw. Cute. Yeah, like Kai will just go ballistic. Any sound at all. Any sound that sounds like the Ring doorbell cam, he will just go ballistic. Does not like the sound. So even like the neighbors downstairs, for example, have a Ring doorbell, and even when theirs goes off, he's hooting and hollering. He does not like the sound. I don't understand. Okay, that works. And then this can happen. Cool. That isn't aligned at all, is it? Nope. Fortunately, there is a way to do it. Cool. That just made me think of a cool idea to try at some point. The way that one piece just floated in midair. Maybe you could do like a pop-out tile wall. That'd be cool. Seems like it would be quite a headache to do, though. Puppies. Yeah, my dog left me a while ago when he knew that he wasn't going to get any more treats from me. He knew. He was just like, alright, you're not going to give me any more goodies. I'm just going to leave now. Bye. No more french fries, then I'm not going to be here anymore. He's going on fry strike. See, I want to see if this works on this many pieces here. Yeah, okay, cool. I love it. I love that this works. Don't understand how it works, but I love that it works. And should I put ladies here too? Little crystal ladies. That might actually kind of mess up the, let's see. I could put them in the middle. Then they want this. And, this. Might be too much. For instance, this one is... Ooh. Well. It's bound to happen sometime. My dogs made up a cake tax today. I had a mini bunt cake and they decided they needed to taste... Aw. The cheese tax. The cheese tax. My dog has a cheese tax. He likes cheese. He'll always eat cheese, whether it's like a... Doesn't mind if it's, okay, yeah, that's not gonna be straight on anyway. So, ladies might need to not be here. Well, we'll see. Plus, it covers up the cool design anyway. Try not to destroy cool design. Hey, what's up, Weaver? That's valid, said Okai, but loves cheese. Yeah. He do love cheese. He loves Cheez-Its, too, as well. Loves Cheez-Its. It's funny. Whenever I bring out a bag of Cheez-Its, he knows. He knows that's the good stuff. Interesting. Why sink into ground on this one, but not that one? There we go. It's better. Thank you. I am doing pretty good. I'm enjoying building this, actually. It's fine. It's great that I can finally start this one. Although there's still quite a long ways to go, and that makes me anxious a little bit because there's a lot of rooms that I've yet to design. But that's okay. Most of the stuff that's gonna be built for this is vertical. In the vertical floors of the build. The taller stuff. Lurk. Okay. No problem. There's gonna be quite a lot of upper floors anyway in this, so I mean, like, just this staircase alone by itself goes up pretty tall. Hey, this thingy fell. Tiny little tile piece fell out. This do happen from time to time anyway. We had to go help a friend with something, so I had to pay close attention to the doggos. No problem. The doggos need watching. That's all that matters. So anyway. Challenge accepted. Yeah, dude, like, I don't know. That's gonna be insane if they do end up adding the end of the stair. Anyway, there's 2 ways to go up, and there's gonna be, like, these 2 spires that kind of pierce into the sky. All of the rest of this is gonna be kind of like a second floor kind of deal. So you can get up 2 ways up here. The stairway isn't completely covered up or fixed, so to speak, but I added these railings to it so that, you know, people can't just jump in. You can still kind of jump out from here, which is fine. I don't mind that too much. I built these sideways to it. I planted these trees as well, so these trees were out front now because I'm losing some trees. This is how it looks at nighttime, which is pretty cool. You move kind of far away. Move kind of far away from everything. It looks neat.
Quiet. I see prey ahead.
Yeah, looks cool. Still got a lot to go. Still got a long ways to go, though. Especially with how I want to design the roof, which I don't think will look like how I want it to look, but that's okay. There's still plenty of trees in the elven biome, too, so I'm not, like, worried that I'm going to run out of trees or anything, but for the ones that are, unfortunately, in my radius, I do want to replant them. Oh, hey. Get out of here. It is quite laggy, but yeah. The crutches of the design rely on the pillars. And we got this nice little entryway as well. So yeah, and then yeah, still got a long way to go, but 'tis okay. I don't mind. I don't mind building some more. Never opposed to it. But I have had to adjust some of my sketches just a little bit for this. Just on the basis that like certain things don't line up exactly how they're supposed to. And that comes from the entirety of this being not aligned with anything in the room either. So, and I'm not, you know, I'm not salty about that or anything. It's just the reality. It's just not, it just isn't, you know, just isn't aligned. Sometimes it just be like that. I'm gonna sing and sleep really quick so my trees can grow taller.
Your wife, she may be fine, may give kisses sweet as wine. My lover's got a beard as bright as brass. Yours may smith 1,000 blades, while mine brushes oils and braids. My lover's got a beard as bright as brass. My lover, I can see her cross the dimmest, darkest pass. Like some summoned being of light, ever there to guide me right. My lover's got a beard as bright as brass.
Oh, I love that song.
And now we sleep. Dude, that's what I plan to do. In fact, I plan to do a whole playthrough where I, like, do no armor and then just have the Orc Hunter skin on with the axe. And I really hope that the axe is high tier because it would kind of suck if it's not. I'm hoping it's at least tier 5, and if it's not at least tier 5, that would suck, but I'm not gonna be too mad about it. I'm hoping it's a tier 6 actually, because then I could use it all the time. But because an axe as beautiful as that has to be at least tier 5 or tier 6. I mean, come on. But you know, like, yeah, there's some people who aren't very excited about the new Orc Hunter stuff. That's okay, you know, they can have, they're entitled to their opinion. I do like that I can finally live out my Slayer Dwarf fantasies in the game. Let's do, how about this? It needs to connect to the top of this floor. It might. Hold on. Let's bring this out just a bit. You know, like, I try to use the gold floor sparingly. I don't, like, unironically, even though I use the gold trimmings a lot, because they work really well as adornments, I actually don't like the look of gold. Like, gold isn't, like, a color that I would choose, so to speak, you know? Like, it's mainly, like, a thing for, like, it's mainly like a dwarf thing for sure. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's just, you know, me personally, IRL, like, I'm not one that really likes gold, or flashy jewelry. I like, you know, more bronze. I like copper. I like, the look, like, the rustic look of things as opposed to, like, the flashiness. I'm not really like a gold person IRL. But in Moria, it works really well. I don't mind the gold floors. I like using the gold floors as like main walkways, or ceilings, because it makes a lot more sense that way as opposed to. Hold on, this is not quite lined up the way I wanted it to be, and it's because of that one. Yeah. Yeah, the whole vengeance thing. It's yeah, it's not everyone's cup of tea, and it's okay. It's very narrowly supported in the lore, I would say, and even then, some would argue that it's not based on that. But knowing how dwarves are across multiple fantasy universes, and even in Lord of the Rings, I would say that, you know, dwarves doing strange things in the name of vengeance isn't too far-fetched. And that's my opinion. But keeping trophies, isn't an inherently evil thing either. There is trophy hunting that is good trophy hunting for boasting rights or something like that, And I wholeheartedly believe that the dwarves would 100% trophy hunt, like deer and elk and stuff like that, so they could be like, look at this massive thing that I hunted today, and then they can drink an ale over it or something, right? That's my opinion, but I know not everyone agrees. In fact, I'm not really a purist myself of the Tolkien lore. I'm a person who sees the lore and acknowledges the lore, respects the lore. However, I don't think that Tolkien would be like, okay, that doesn't mean that nothing else can exist, just simply because it's not written, right? So. I think any seasoned veteran dwarf would seek vengeance. Yeah. I mean, Dane Ironfoot did, right? And so did all the dwarves who battled at Baraz, and Azanul Bazaar, right? For King Thoror, right? So it's not too far fetched at all that dwarves would be like, you know what, we're gonna kill all these guys because they killed Thoror, Totally within the lore constraints, in my opinion. Okay, now that I'm building this, maybe now I can get some action here on the that middle part. We'll keep it right there. Tis slightly off, but I think it's because of this. Yeah. Hold on. Come on, man. I agree, dude. So, like, I think Zeta was the one to mention in the RTM Discord that there was an appendices section for it. They weren't really called Orc Hunters. They were called something different, a Kuzdul name. But, there was an appendices section for something akin to, orc hunting, right, or orc hunters, rather. And so, for me, like, I don't really need, like, a written lore reason for everything to assume that something happened. All I need is some kind of vague extrapolation from something else, right? So, like, for example, the existence of the dang it, they destroyed my other one, too. The existence of the Blue Mountain Hunters outfit, right, would indicate that the Blue Mountains dwarves were predominantly hunters, right? And realistically, there's no written lore reason. We know that the dwarves hunted, and they hunted for their needs and nothing more, and they didn't waste anything, right? We don't know that that certain dwarves from certain regions were better at hunting than other dwarves, right? But it's a video game, right? And they should give everyone, like as many cosmetics as possible to kind of roleplay their own fantasy, right? And I don't think that even if something is or isn't lore supported by Tolkien, Tolkien has changed his own mind about certain lore, right? And has changed his lore before because there's drafts of his stuff before and after he changes it, right? So it's, for me, it's more of a, okay, well, as long as I just feel like Tolkien wouldn't be such a purist to his own work. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not sure if that makes sense. Like, yes, he would enforce his own canon, but he wouldn't be so opposed to new ideas that, like, he's changed his own ideas before too, right? I guess is my point, and it's not a very strong point because I'm half building and I'm half, like concentrating, but Tolkien isn't a purist to his own work. I think he would welcome new ideas, right? That he would welcome new imaginations of his characters, that he would welcome certain things that aren't written, and simply because certain things are censored from the lore, such as the violence from the dwarves at times, or other races, it doesn't mean that it wouldn't exist, right? So, cool. All right, so. It's gonna be like that until I lay the floor over it. Even from like a gameplay standpoint, like other survival crafting games have trophies. Valheim has it, Enshrouded has it, Grounded has trophies as well, right, of enemies that you kill and stuff. I don't think it's unreasonable that Return to Moria be the exception to that. And like, yes, there is lore to honor, but I feel like a lot of like some really great video games based in Middle Earth have at times ignored the lore, like Shadow of War, for example, completely, like, yes, it tried to tie itself into the existing canon, but we all knew that it wasn't canon, right? We all knew that it wasn't perfect, but it was still a great game. It was still one of the better Middle-earth / Lord of the Rings games that have come out recently, is Shadow of War, and that one didn't like completely, I would say completely, tie itself to the lore so much that it, there wasn't any creativity, and I kind of liked Shadow of War for its deviation at times from the storyline, and okay, yeah, so it wasn't just Frodo trying to save the world with good intentions, it was some other people too, right? Cool. So, and then these well-intentioned people, unfortunately, succumb to the power and greed and corruption of the Rings of Power, which, is totally in line with the lore, in my opinion. So, all right. Gotta go up another level, and I gotta fix up these staircases too, man. Okay, torch, and then I need my crown. It needs to be... There we go. That's fine. Now I can start bringing up these columns that have been waiting for me to take up the ceiling. Nope, that's not right. On. Hold on. Let's see if I can just force some kind of snapping action. I don't want it to be like that, though. I want it to be exactly like these ones. How do I do that without, like, completely compromising? Let's see. What if I do this? Let's see if that works. Wrong base thingy. There you go. Well, it worked, but now my whole column is off. Okay, let's see if I could just shift the entire column to the right. Just by that much. That means I'll have to fix the other one on the other side as well. Meow. Near, I think I messed it up quite a bit. Hold on. There we go. Just have to remove every piece in existence around it. And that's perfect. And this, and push that there. And I think I had these. Cool. Should be okay now. Unironically, I think I realigned it the way it was supposed to be aligned. Maybe this pillar was just off the entire time. Okay, so now I can go up and place, after I fix these, I can place, whoop. Why would it even let me place that there? I wonder how many trophies, by the way, they're gonna allow us to place with the new DLC, because they only previewed like 2 of them, right? Which is like the Drake one and the skeleton, right? I wonder how many trophies there actually are. If that makes sense. Because like, I'm thinking about it, and like, if there isn't actually a lot to place, then you know, like, what's the point of the DLC kind of thing? Burr. 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 Oh, shit. Oh, cool. Kaiba. Kaiba. Come here, buddy. Cool. Alright, now I can do what I wanted to do, which was this whole deal. Hopefully, it allows me to do it in a way that is not bad looking. Yeah. Whoa, what did I hit? Oh, the archway is gone. Hold on. Nope. There you go. If it's down 1 block, that's okay. I just need it to... This is... I guess this is okay, but... Yeah, you know what? This is fine. I just don't like how close it is. Because then that'll interfere with me placing other parts later on. And I don't like it when it does that. Personally. And also I'd like to be able to see the crowns of the columns. Let's try it another way. Maybe if we go 1 thin block. 1 thin granite block. To be precise. Is that...
Frodo! Someone at the door.
Meow. Hey, Luke. Nice. I'll be ready to hear the story in about half an hour here. It'll be a little bit more than half an hour. We'll see. See how much I get done. Uh-oh. He does not like... Who's at the door? Hold on, guys. Okay. There's a... Where's my headset? There it is. So there's... So the ice cream came that my wife ordered. That blue mountain ice cream. So there's that. Yeah, whatever it's called. Yes, your ice cream is there. See, you should have called out today. You would have been able to eat your ice cream. Yes, I got it. It's not in the fridge yet, no. I will put it in the fridge. It's in cold, it has like a cooler in there, in the packaging. It's labeled. Okay, well, I will be right back, guys. I'm gonna go put this ice cream away. Okay. Did you order 4 pints or whatever it's called? You should see how it arrived. It arrived in a giant cooler with ice in it. There's no way it was gonna melt. Not for a really, really long time. Kaiba can't have this ice cream. It's not dog friendly. As far as I know. No, I'm not trying it. I'm just gonna wait until you get home. What? When did this happen?
Yeah, boy!
Dang it. Oh my gosh. I hate this clamor thingy. I hate the clamor so much. I wish I could turn it off. Nice. Hash. Nope, it's not aligned at all. Okay. Second. Golden ceiling here too, for sure. sec, I gotta get up to the top floor for this. Interesting. Why though? Let's see. It's snapping to the... Okay, 1 second here. Meow. Archway bases again, because this one was off. Nope. Gosh dang it. Alright. I could do... That was just to align everything to the same thing. Still have a long way to go up there. Okay. My work cut out for me in this middle section. Let's build this way so that I can... There we go. Let's build up to here too. And a little stairway. There you go. So now, just get up here. I wonder if it'll look better if I bring it back one, right? Like this. That way I can still see. That way we can still see the column. So that's what I'm really worried about. Problem is the archway doesn't. The archway effect doesn't do much good from there. I could do it from here, like this. Again, though, the problem is that it might be too low. I like that height. So I still want to add lights in the middle. Although it doesn't give me much room for doing that either at the same time. So it's kind of a double, like a 50-50. Okay, so that seems to have lined up pretty good. Yeah. Okay, let's see. See how this goes. Does not like... Really does not like me placing anything right there right now. What if I do that? And there's a snapping point right there too. Hold on. Nope. Seems like I had to break at least one block to be able to do this. It's a little bit off. There we go. Okay, so now it's just a matter of... Wonder if this will work. I don't think these snap very well together, actually, as I recall. How about... We'll go with the original, like, gold on the sides type thing. That you can't really see. And then we can do a different kind of design. Ouch. That hurt a lot. let's drink and sleep.
Grown round the keenest grin, cascading from her chin. My lover's got a beard as bright as brass. Kind eyes I take or leave, bring me something I can weave. My lover's got a beard as bright as brass. My lover, Durin knows that she's the kingdom's finest lass. Keeps me warm and keeps me sweet, brings the blazing auburn heat. My lover's got a beard as bright as brass.
Ha ha! Let's sing it again!
And now we sleep. Sidil Liba Yaib. Okay, let's go back up. I want to finish this middle part of it before we end the stream. Shouldn't take more than maybe a couple. Let's see, a couple minutes or so. Oh, come on. Can you please just... please. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Please just clamber onto the thing that I want to clamber onto. Okay. For this middle part of it, I want to do those granite this ones. If we... it looks cool. Yeah, I like that. Let's continue that pattern. No, what the heck happened there? Okay. And now I need something for this, like, middle part of it. It could either be an archway, or it could be, like, a deco barrier type thing. Either way, there needs to be... some kind of... there you go. And then put this one down there too. Okay. Middle part, always amber lamps. What do you guys think? I think so too. I know I asked you guys, and I'm just gonna do it anyway. How about... I want to make a fixture, though. We'll just see how it looks when I just hang it from the middle. Amber, amber, amber. There we go. Right about there. And then we'll do the same on the other side. It's not aligned at all, actually, because this middle part of it is behind this column, and this one isn't. Error. Okay, 1 second. I think this is still fixable. I think I can still fix it by making that happen, making that part of it happen. Not quite. It's almost there, though. How about... it needs to be forward, but not too far forward. Or else it just... hold on. Come on. It still doesn't line up quite right. How about there, there, almost. I feel like maybe once I place the wood walls, it'll make more sense. No, that's not. How can I force the... How can I force this to snap the way that I want it to? What if I do something like... It's not going to snap the way that I want it to, but I can force it to snap to itself. Like 3 times like that. Okay, I think I might have gotten it that time. Let's see how it plays out when I set up all the other pieces. It's like still slightly off, but I feel like it's good enough, you know what I mean? I might even just spend some time off stream trying to line it up perfectly. Yeah. It's like too noticeable. Like the amount that it's like off is too noticeable. That's what I mean. So like if I do because I need it to line up to this point, like right there-ish. The problem is if I do that, then well, it could also be because that this walkway isn't actually linear either. So actually, this archway could be completely linear, and the walkway isn't. As I remember right, the walkway isn't linear at all. And I remember the columns are in line with the walkway, so to speak. Oh my gosh. Come on. Let's see if I can workshop this just a little bit. So I want it aligned with the columns, not the walkway, but the columns. That might be it. Although that one's lower. See, so if I do half and then a full like that, no, how about it needs to be further in for that to work, like that, and then half, and then that, and then let's see. Whoa. Okay, I think I might have gotten it this time. It seems like it's the same elevation. And I fell. Ow. pick up all my stuff. Just dumping everywhere on the ground. Let's take a look at it from down here. It's kind of hard to see. It looks okay from here. I'll know once I add the flooring and the lamps. And the walls, again. They'll stick out a little bit. Yeah, that's intended. Okay, let's put that back. No, there we go. And that one needs to be better positioned as well. Come on. Nice. Alright. That should be okay. And then I need to replace this one. There we go. Okay, now let's place the lamps again. We'll see how aligned it truly is. That's not a lamp, that is a brazier. Right about there will be perfectly aligned for that. And then same thing on this side. Right about here-ish. Okay. Now we could place our walls again. That might be off just a tad. That it wouldn't let me place it. Alright, lamp, go back. It's really hard to tell if the lamp is aligned or not to the fixtures that you place. Okay. Now I say deco barrier. Bottom on both sides of the equation. Hello. That is definitely not aligned to... There we go. Okay. Okay, now I can take all this garbage off. Oh yeah, that's looking good. Hold on, I need to add some kind of archway to it or something, but... 1 second. I shall get a better view for you guys. Looking good. Looking good on that middle part. Just, this part of it is coming out how I thought it would. The rest of it, not so much. But that's okay. I can work with it. I can work with the irregularities. Very nice. Once I add like the middle portions of it, close off the sides. It'll look better, obviously, and I'll do some kind of like pattern right here too, so that this part of it isn't left out so much. Because, you know, I rarely leave like blank walls and stuff. But so we got like, so let's recap. We finished this side of the wall. I did like a staggered window design. We built the staircase up, went ahead and connected it because, you know, why not? We're up here now. Oh shit. So we have this whole thing being continued. Sorry, one sec. Free cam. So we have this whole thing. We built the skeleton for the back side of it. Not sure if I'm happy with that yet, but I'll continue working on it as time goes on, obviously. The upper part of this is slightly smaller than I thought it was going to be, but that's okay. I can work with that. I can work with it and, you know, workshop all the other areas that need, you know, adjusting. But overall, I'd say it's going pretty good. Any time that I'm in this world and I've done something, I'll try and share it either to my Ko-Fi or to the Emperor Sanctum or something, if it's like a true sneak peek and stuff. And then I'll post like regular updates too. So yeah, thanks dudes for stopping by. Really appreciate it. I'm pretty hyped for the Orc Hunter DLC. Can't wait to start putting stuff down. Using that beautiful, beautiful axe to slay the enemies of the dwarves. I put some trees up front. Nothing too crazy, but, you know, enough to, like... enough so that, like, I'm not, like, worried about, like, completely destroying the environment and stuff, you know? Plus, I want to place more... I don't mind using the regular tree bed either. It's just, oh, that's interesting. Wonder how... So I get sunlight right there, but not... It's probably because the lamp is covered. What if... Nope. Needs light. I really don't want to take this down, but I mean, like... There we go. Is there light now? Nope. Let's see if I can shimmy some stuff in here. There you go. Hey! Oh, there's a siege. Let's fight this siege off before we get off today.
I'll destroy you first.
Oh, Shadow Orcs. Come on, let's go.
Perfect. We got orcs.
Look at that puny damage he's doing to my wall. Ain't no way you're gonna get a better weapon, bud. You have mithril. I don't know. No, any... Oh, hello. And you're dead. How did that go for you? Think you can just throw a Drake at me? I have Drake Hunter on, boy. Alright, dudes. Cool way to end the stream, at least. I will catch you, probably tomorrow, actually. Tomorrow, I'm not sure what I'm going to be streaming, but I'll let you guys know. See ya! Have a good day, guys.